Alright, hey everyone who joined. We're actually looking at the moon through the Seestar S30, which is sitting outside. I don't know, it's moving away. So I say yes. And I am currently mirroring my iPad screen onto here. And if you watched my video on the S30, I talk about how the moon gets over processed, and this is a really clear example of what's happening. It looks like it looks like kind of fake, right? Although we know it's there, it's just too much. I'm not sure why ZWO decided to do this, but this is what's happening, and this is a live view. And we can actually look at the wide angle view. This is what it looks like. Just a little bit of haze. You can kind of see like around here. There's a haze around the moon. There's thin clouds. And one cool thing I like about the wide angle lens is that you see a little plus in the middle. That's the center. So I can click like on the moon, and a little icon appears with go with like not crosshairs but like the four corners. I can click on this and I click it again, and you'll see that it kinda request is denied. Okay, interesting. Maybe I'm moving too far, so if I or not far enough. So if I do that, got it. Okay. Seestar is moving. Request is denied. Oh, I see. Okay, so I can't do that while the Seestar is tracking. I think if I turn these off, and I go back here. Yep, like here. I know how to zoom in. Zoom. There we go. Click here. Click go. Yep. Now it moved, but moved to there you go. It's moving. It's not the most precise. It's not pixel by pixel. Not like an actual astrophotography rig in Nina where I can click an exact location in the sky and it moves, but it does good enough. And since the wide angle lens is like a landscape 1920 by 1080, and this view is not landscape, it's a little bit weird. So I can just move the moon manually. Oops. I don't know. Okay. Whoa. No. And this is what happened here is it lost sync with the moon, so now it is not. Wow. It is taking like half-second exposures instead of filtering. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to solar system, moon, and then go gazing, go to moon. Now I can move it. Let's see. Oops, it's going the wrong way. Yeah, it is. The moon is totally overprocessed, which is sad. Yes, okay, let's click on this. And it should automatically center the moon for me. There we go. Yeah, but again, not a fan of how this looks. And I can play with the brightness a little bit. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't really remove the AI generated. I don't know what to call this thing, but I'm not a fan. If I go all the way, yeah, it doesn't really remove the AI sharpening. In a little bit, I'm going to move this away from the moon and we'll look at something, a deep sky object. When that happens, we'll lose access to the little wide angle lens here. That's only for scenery and planetary, but it's super handy compared to the Seestar S30, which is also running outside. I had a really hard time finding the moon to a point where I gave up and started imaging the California Nebula instead. Looks a little bit dimmer at 2x, or is it my manualness? I'll reset this. But yeah, they could do better. I'm going to reach out to ZWO tonight with some of these pictures and say it doesn't look great. Please have someone fix it. If anyone has any requests or questions, let me know. Or any ideas on what we should look at next. I was thinking maybe M81 if it's visible in the sky. It's a little bit low right now. Probably like an hour it'll be visible, but we'll see. I'm looking at Stellarium to see what else I can point to, and I think maybe Flaming Star Nebula is a good object. It'll be narrowband, which should be better with the narrowband filters because the moonlight is extremely bright. Narrowband, which should be better with the Thanks, Sundog. Yep, the moon looks amazing. I wish I had control over how much sharpening the Seestar does, but what I can do is actually take a raw video. So turn on raw and then I take a video, and then the raw video looks a lot better that I can debayer and process myself outside of the Seestar later on. And I think the Seestar S30. Sorry, I have the baby monitor and my son is coughing. So I stopped talking. Cool. Nice job. I hope your friend enjoys it, and I hope they ship this out soon. Hey, Dirty Bird. You currently have your S50 imaging M31 in mosaic mode. Nice. Yeah, M31 is directly overhead here too, so it's a tough target. I tried M33 last night and I had trouble with that as well. So I'm not going to try either of those galaxies tonight. But M81 and M82 maybe in like an hour and a half or so, an hour and a half, it'll be in good view. The Owl Nebula, how high is the Owl Nebula? Let's see. Yeah, the Owl Nebula is going to be too low. It's much lower than M81, M82, so it won't work for me. M31 just passed the meridian. Nice. Yeah, you'll probably have to wait a little while before it actually can't do anything. Yeah, those star streaks at zenith is not fun. Yeah, so I'll quickly move up the. Let me bring up Stellarium really quickly. Yeah, so like the Owl Nebula is here right now, and Bode's Nebula, Bode's Galaxy M81 is up here, and for where I am, this is too low, so Owl Nebula is going to be a long time. So I'm trying to look at something. We're looking here. I'm trying to look at something here. Maybe the Flaming Star Nebula is going to be a good object. Lion Nebula, let's see. That's probably close to zenith here as well. Lion Nebula is, yeah, it's not at zenith, but it's pretty high. We could try that too. Let's see what's over there. Is it on the west side of? Yeah, it's actually on the northwest side, so I'm not going to be able to see it. I have a very limited view of what I can see in the sky from my backyard, sadly. So Lion Nebula is out of the question. But yeah, Pleiades is up. I don't think we're gonna get a good view of the Pleiades because of the moon. So I'll bring this up again. So yesterday the moon actually eclipsed the Pleiades, and Pleiades is a reflection nebula. So the moonlight is going to eat up all of it. We may be able to see the stars themselves, but that's not really that fun. Yeah, I have a Trifid is gonna be pretty low. I don't have anything. I have very limited view. So if I pull up Stellarium again, all I have a view of is like from like here to here. So like even the moon is going to go out of view for me. I'll also put the zenith up there as well. But so anything like this way, like south, east, and south, is going to be invisible for me. And yeah, northwest is also invisible. So Trifid is going to be like around. Actually, Trifid may be just too low. It's probably just gone already. Sadly. I do want to move to a place where I have a M81 is my plan. So I have to wait a little while for it to get a little bit higher because I have a neighbor's house right in the way. So, and I can't move my scope far enough back to look over them without leaving my backyard. So I'm waiting for that to come up. So when that happens, I'll point it to M81 and M82, and they both should fit very nicely into the field of view. Hey Ken. Yep. The yeah. Sad life. I was actually at a friend's house yesterday. They have a really nice view of the sky from almost horizon to horizon. I was hoping to be there tonight, but my son didn't feel well, so we ended up coming home early. So I'm just trying to do something from home. But in the meantime, I'm actually going to. Oh wow! I took a 2 minute video of the moon. Did not plan to do that. So let's stop that. Okay, let's see. Mirroring stopped. It's my first time trying to mirror an iPad to my Windows. It's working better than expected, but there are some glitches here and there. So let's see. Have you seen? Is there an equatorial mount for the S50? So there's an unofficial way to do equatorial mode on the S50. It's probably going to be the same for the S30, but I have to test it out. I'm not sure. Are you able to hit the iris? Probably. Let me consult Stellarium again. Iris is always pretty far up. Unfortunately, I live right outside of Boston. Light pollution here is terrible. Let's see, where's the iris? Yeah, I could hit the iris. So since that is the first request that I'm able to hit, I will point this to iris. So let's do that. Let's see, Iris Nebula. Go gazing. Okay, let's see if it finds it. Yeah, there's a couple of videos on YouTube on doing equatorial mode for the S50. With the S30, I contacted ZWO about this. They like all but verified that the S50 will work in equatorial mode, but the S30 may not. So I have to test this out before I can say for sure that the hacky method that we've seen on like Queeves and others people's YouTube, whether or not it'll work. If you hear a baby coughing in the background, my son is sleeping. I have the baby monitor, so yeah, that's what that is. Thanks, Ken. Yeah, he's had a persistent cough for weeks now. Doctor said stuff's going around. Other than a cough, he's fine. Um, is the ring nebula up? It is up. Wrong part of the sky again. So anything too far west, I won't be able to see. More west than northwest, I guess. Can't see it. Anything too far east, I can't see. It's pretty much just north and northeast that I can see at the moment. So let's see. This is pointing to the Iris Nebula. Almost done with the horizontal calibration. I don't have my hopes up on seeing any kind of dust around the iris at the moment, because of the moon and because of where I am. The only time I've imaged the Iris Nebula where I got anything decent was from my astronomy club, which is in a Bortle 5 area, much farther away than my Bortle 8 sky. Wild duck cluster. I don't know if I've ever looked it up. Let me look on wild duck cluster. Oh yeah, that's below the horizon at the moment. Sorry. That is M11. Yes, it's the July salt and pepper cluster, so I'm assuming it's better. It's a better summer target. Alrighty, and we're off. It is. It has the Iris Nebula in the center. I think. Let's see if I click on this. Yep, we can see it has C4 in there. Not doing any kind of mosaic here, so I'll just let this go as is. Oh, look at that. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. So you can kind of see the surrounding. It gets too grainy. It's 20 seconds worth. So if we give it a few minutes, we might be able to see something. But you can clearly see, the dust like around here, and can't see my clicks. But like here, where there's no stars, it's just the dust that we can see in other Iris Nebula pictures. See if I make any adjustments. Can I see anything? Oh, not yet. Yeah, thanks for the Iris Nebula suggestion. That was a good one. North American Nebula would be visible. Let's see. Yeah, starting to see. I'm actually really impressed with this. If we zoom in, like, yeah, wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I tried it with the S50 a while ago. Didn't see anything at all. But it was also when the moon was uh, farther north, so earlier in the year. Um, is the North America Nebula visible? So it'll be like here. Let's see. Where are you? So it's here. It's in Cygnus. So yeah, unfortunately, I think the North America Nebula is going to be too far. Yeah, I've got the heart. The heart. Where's North America? Where is it in Cygnus? Hold on. Let's just search for it. There we go. Locate target position. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's at the tail of this. Yeah, it's going to be too low, unfortunately. Like I have my neighbor's house is like here at this range. Polaris is just over Where's Polaris? Yeah, Polaris is like just over the roof of my neighbor's house. So like Iris Nebula is in a good spot, but it'll actually also go away at some point soon. But looking at the Iris again, yeah, it looks pretty good. You're in Bortle 9 and can usually get Iris. Oh, nice. Yeah, an 8-inch SCT. Do you use a reducer or do you use it at f10? I think the f5-ness of this thing helps. Yep, I'm pretty impressed with this. I can see the box around the central star here, it's starting to show. Cool. Skylight filter. So it comes with a built-in UV IR cut filter, so that's the default. That's what's being used right now. Um, and I can turn on a narrowband filter if I click on this, but that's for H alpha and oxygen 3. That's pretty much all. You might be able to like put another filter right in front of the lens, but that's all we can do. How many smart scopes do I have? Technically one. The S30 is the only one I technically own. The S50 is one I'm borrowing from my friend Jesse. I mentioned him in my S50 review video, and I also linked to his Instagram in the S30 video. But yeah, I don't own that one, so this is my actual first owned smart telescope. I have lots of other telescopes though. Thanks for stopping by, Ken. See you later. Wow, Portal 3 to 4. I'm jealous. A 10-inch apertura, nice. Ooh, Edmund Scientific. Um, I think I may know someone who has one of those. Nice. Yeah, I think I have a friend who has one of those. That's a really nice vintage telescope. Hey David. Yeah, I would actually like to try the Dwarf 3, but I think that doesn't come out until January. I could reach out to Dwarf Labs and see what they say. How do you know how much it costs? Is it still $500? Dwarf Tour S30. I've never used any of the dwarf telescopes, so I can't answer that question without being unbiased. Sorry. Oh, nice. I've heard of the Edge Snap. I think I've seen somebody post a video on it on YouTube. It's definitely interesting. I haven't looked too deeply into it. There shouldn't be a meridian flip really with the Seestar because it's an alt-az mount. It's just when it's something is near zenith, it has a hard time tracking it. I don't know if I'd call it a meridian flip because it's things that are straight up, and the M31 and M33 are really high in the sky nowadays. What you can try is cancel the imaging and then try and find it again instead of resuming it. I don't think it'll give you the option to uh, keep stacking onto what was there, so that might be the problem. But that's the only solution I have right now. Uh, cool. $700, 700 Canadian. How much is that in American? It's 496 in American. But still, Veil Nebula is going to be in the wrong part of the sky too. Yeah, like anything that's in the like the arm of the Milky Way, like near that, is going to be in a bad position right now for me. M81 and M82 are coming up, so I think I need to wait a little bit longer. I'm using my S50 to find it now, and if it appears above my neighbor's house, and I'll point this to that as well. Sorry. You tried pausing, autofocusing, then continuing with no luck. Huh, it's weird. The entire Auriga constellation is on the wrong side. Let me double check though. Constellation labels. Actually, yeah, sorry. Auriga is not. So you wanted to see the Auriga cluster. Hey Doug. Do you have any particular one? We have the Flaming Star Nebula. We have the letter Y cluster. We have the Starfish cluster and the Flying Nebula. I think they'll all be good right now. Yeah. Only thing is they're pretty close to the moon, so collecting data may be a little bit difficult. There's also the Flying Nebula Pinwheel cluster, which is M36. Flame Nebula. Oh, Flaming Star Nebula. Okay, that's I can do that. So this is at 10 minutes. Let this go to 11 minutes, and then I'll switch it over to Flaming Star. Just a few more seconds for me to prep. Does the S50 do planets? Yeah, they can both do planets, but I wouldn't use either of these for planets because the aperture and the focal length is really small, so you're not going to see anything besides just really big, bright blobs in the sky. With Jupiter, you might be able to see the Galilean moons if you overexpose it. Same with Saturn, you might see Saturn's ears, but you're not going to get any detail. So these are not good planetary cameras, planetary scopes at all. All right, got 11 minutes, so I will point to the flaming star nebula now. Here, so I can point it like this, I think. I'm not doing any mosaics tonight. Okay. Here we go. Switch. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we use an aperture stop on a couple of the scopes at my astronomy club with huge apertures. But this one, the Seestars are small. So, um, alrighty, cool. Okay, found it. It'll start imaging in probably a minute or two. Have I tried solar with the Seestar? I've tried solar with the Seestar S50. It looks pretty good. The oh boy, I have some trees here. Looks like it's at the edge of something. Yeah, I've tried solar with the S50. It looks really good. The sunspots are pretty crispy. I haven't had a chance to do it with the S30 yet. I'm hoping the next week or so I'll have the time. So yeah, I don't know how good the flaming star nebula is going to look. So I think this is the edge of my tree in the backyard. So it's probably in the wrong place. And this is probably my neighbor's floodlights. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, the flaming star is really close to the moon. That it could be also moonlight just messing with this. Oh, the other thing is, so I'm actually gonna stop this because it's a narrowband object, and for some reason, Seestar did not turn on the filter. So I'm gonna turn it on, and then I'll restart. Normally I'll do another autofocus here, but I think because it's so close to the tree here, I'm just gonna try and get whatever I can. Question from Mr. Cody. You want to get into Astro? And I was going to buy the S50 and also the pre-order for the S30. Now that I'm seeing videos, it seems like S30 will serve me better. Is there any real difference? So the S30 gives you a much wider field of view. It's probably easier. If you go back in the live stream, you'll see me finding and locating the moon. It has two cameras, so the wide field camera is actually better to find certain objects, especially if you're looking at the moon, the planets, or the sun. Other than that, it also has a much better sensor, higher dynamic range, and it's cheaper. I think those are all the benefits of the S30 over the S50. And some of the downsides is that if you're trying to image smaller deep space objects, deep sky objects, you're not going to get the amount of data you would with the S50, just because the S50 has a longer focal length and a bigger aperture. Would you like the link to EduSnap? I don't know if they would. I already have the link to EduSnap, so thank you. Yeah, Sun kicks that one, and then there was also another one somebody else mentioned. It was the I'm blanking on the name. You have an LX 200 GPS, then ETX 105, and a Seestar S50. Nice, nice S30 and Dwarf 3 on pre-order. Nice, very cool. Yeah, so the Flaming Star Nebula, I don't think it's gonna get any better. I think this is shooting actually through leaves. Now that I look at it again, it's probably just too far to the right. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun with the S50 as well, and it's not even mine. It's just so easy to just throw it into the yard and let it image. It takes 5 minutes at most versus spending 45 minutes with my regular gear, setting up, focusing, getting everything started. Oh, cool! I didn't realize the EdgeSnap had a eyepiece too. That's pretty cool. I'll I have the link somewhere. I'll go to it. Thank you. Mr. Cody, yep, it's a give and take. Yeah, depending on. But if you're just starting out, I think the S30 is probably more beginner friendly, with the wider field of view, the secondary camera for solar and lunar, and the better imaging chip will probably serve you better. It's also cheaper, so something else to keep in mind. Yeah, I think you're right. It is probably the moon. It's a combination of the moon and the tree in my backyard. I would go check, but it would take me like 3 minutes. Thank you, Sundog. Okay, so I'm going to find another object instead of this. Might be too small. We can try the double cluster in Perseus, but it might be really high for now. But for a few minutes, we can try this. Oh, it has an IMX 662 chip. Interesting. It's the same as the S30. Yeah, I guess that's what you were saying. Look at that go. Oh, yeah, like even at a half-second preview, this looks pretty good. Right, so that would be V520. I thought they had an NGC number. Oh, look at that. Both clusters look pretty good at 20 seconds. I am impressed. If we mark it, there you go. We have C14 and yeah, NGC 869884. I knew they had names. I looked at these last week as well. I am going to stop it because I realized this time the filter didn't turn off. So yeah, I think there's maybe some software bugs here. So this time I'm going to autofocus. Make sure the stars are a little bit sharper, and then I'll start the session again. But yeah, this fits both of those clusters pretty nicely into the field of view. I'm happy with that. All right, restarting images. Yeah, they look pretty not in focus, but I think once it starts stacking, the stacking software built into the Seestar will make it look good. Pac-Man Nebula is, I think, is, let's take a look while this is imaging. Is going to be in the Milky Way as well, so it's like it's going to be here. Yeah, Pac-Man is going to be too. It's going to be out of my view, unfortunately. Let me see Pac-Man. Yeah, it's in Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is going to be hard for me right now. Sorry. How long can you take photos? Can you take photos online? And can you connect to an external power? Yeah, yeah, you can. You can. So the battery here is at 65%. It's a 6,000 milliamp battery. From my testing, it lasts about maybe like 5 hours, maybe 6 hours, without the dew heater. Half if you have a dew heater on, and you can plug in an external battery and it'll charge. So once it gets to 50%, I'm actually going to run outside and then plug it into uh, my Jackery power box, and it'll charge faster than it actually drains. So that's always nice. Oh, you're in Arizona. Cool. You probably have really good dry skies too. I'm in I'm in the Northeast, and it's always humid or cold. Oh, nice. My sister lives in New Jersey. Welcome. Yeah, these are great clusters, and you see 884 and 869. There are a lot of good open clusters in that area. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the suggestions. And while this happens, I guess I can go through some of my albums here and show you some of the stuff that I have. So these are some of the moon pictures from earlier. I was saying that the moon pictures look very baked, overcooked. Um, this is actually from my S50. I think if I do Seestar here, Hercules cluster M13. It is not up. It is coming up, but probably not until like 3 or 4 a.m. that it'll be in a good position. NDC 869. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did a little bit of the horse head last night. So this is what it looks like. So if I did this, does it change? Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I meant to do like 3 hours on it, but I had thin clouds and it ended up not looking great. But it looks pretty good. It's a horse head. This is the flame, and right here in the middle is NGC 2024. Going back. Oh yeah, Orion Nebula always looks great. These are both with the Seestar S30. You can see the trapezium is a little blown out. You can see the Running Man Nebula looks pretty good. But Orion is always amazing. I think this would look better if I could take this out and then process it in my own setup. Yeah, this is a shorter exposure. This is 29 seconds and 2 minutes. Oh, wait, no, those are the times. Does it have any information on how long? No, it doesn't. I can't see that here. It's okay. This is the Heart Nebula. I did this yesterday as well. This is about an hour of Heart Nebula. I was really impressed with the central star cluster here. This is not a mosaic, so if I did a mosaic, I would have been able to get more of the nebula. Let's see. M33. This is maybe like 10 minutes, but it was really close to the moon. You can see the moonlight there, but this is M33 in the center. I need to retry both this and M31 later on a moonless night. And then this is the Sol Nebula that was in my S30 video from a couple days ago. Yeah, these are all with the S30. So now we'll go back to NGC 869. So this is 4 minutes of the star cluster. This actually looks really nice. I like it. And then there's lots of color in this, so you can like up the saturation and then see the stars pop. That might be too much, but yeah, look at that. I like this. Yeah, last Saturday I did a star cluster tour, which wasn't very popular, but I used a regular telescope and I looked at a bunch of them. Have I tried any comets? Not with the Seestar. I know the Comet Suchenshan Atlas was around, but I didn't try that with the Seestar, unfortunately. But I did try it with my regular setup, and I'll show you a picture. Like, there we go. This is a picture of the comet that I did with my regular setup a couple of weeks ago, or I guess it's been almost 3 weeks now, but that's one of them. But the Seestar would have been excellent for the comet. I just didn't get the opportunity to try it. Hopefully we'll get another visible comet in the next year or so, and then I can try it again. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I completely missed Pan-STARRS. I went from Neowise to I forget what the next comet was, and then the green comet ZTF last year. If you want to upload them, if you use Discord, you can join our Discord server. I'll post a link in the description or in the chat in a second. Give me 1 second. And you can upload images there. And there are about 100 other people in the Discord with interest in astrophotography and astronomy. So let's see. There it is. Alright, that's the Discord. Imaging M81 and M82 now. Nice. Aurora. I don't think we're expecting any auroras. Let me check though. I don't know how far north you are, but you have to be pretty far north. For this, the magnetic field isn't very strong, the solar wind isn't very high, and the BZ value isn't very low. So, yeah, it's probably clouds. Sorry. Ah, cool. That's pretty far south compared to where I am in Boston. Cool. Sundock sounds good. Hey Rob. No, the only two I've used is the S50 and the S30. I'll see if I can get my hands on one of the dwarfs smart scopes just to test them out as comparisons. But so far, no. I really want to try the Celestron Origin, but I definitely cannot afford that one. It's like $4,000, but it would be really nice to try. I have my S50 outside looking for M81 and M82. It currently can't find it, so it's not high enough in the sky. No, of course you can ask for help. There's a lot of people there. Some great discussions have happened, so it's not just me. So yeah, feel free to ask questions. I'm pretty active, but sometimes I can get less active depending on my work schedule. But I try to answer everyone's questions whenever I can. Then you could try doing like a forgot your password, and then see. Yeah, Discord's been around for a long time, so it could have been like you clicked on a link and then they just saved your account with a random password. So just try doing a password reset and see if it sends you anything. Hey Jim, it's probably It's light pollution. I'm right near Boston. The moon. We were looking at uh, the Flaming Star Nebula, and it had major gradients, and that was the moon. But here I'm also like messing with the brightness. So if I set that to auto, the saturation to auto, it's a tiny bit better. But on the top corner here is, yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably light pollution. I don't think this is sensor tilt. I'll put this in. Take one of the individual images into ASTAP and figure that out. But I'm really liking how the cluster looks here, and this is only 10 minutes. Yeah, it's interesting. The Seestar stacking didn't remove those. It usually does. I know it hasn't been for mosaics, but I'm not doing a mosaic, so interesting. But if I were to take these out and then stack them myself, they would be removed. And this formation of stars is interesting. Like this here, these lines here. Looks like an iron, the bottom of an iron. How do you pronounce that word? A beyond the walls. You have a Seestar S50 and a Dwarf 2, and a S30 and Dwarf 3 on the way. Nice. Yeah, edge of snap. I think Sundog will also mention the edge of snap. I've heard some good things about that one, so should be interesting. Oh, cool. Are you imaging this S869 and 864? Yeah, if it doesn't take satellites, it's the software. Like ZWO can fix it. It's all in the app itself and not the telescopes, so that's always good. They've been messing with this with the stacking algorithms a little bit. I know the moon looks really not great now, so they probably messed with the plane removals as well. Earlier in the week, I posted a video about it's live stacking Seestar images with the with sharp cap and where you have more control. Unfortunately, we don't. I wish we did have control over what happens in the live stacking here, but we don't. Where do you upload images to your Discord? It doesn't really matter. There's a photo show off place. I'll link that in the description in the chat, so you can just click and drag something there. But we're not very strict with what you can do, so you can post it there. We have a trio of D2s and a pair of D3s. Nice. So 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. That's awesome. That's an army of smart telescopes. Yeah, that would be cool. And they have the ability to do that. We just need them to. Yeah, the S30 would be able to fit. Let's see. So if we do this here, so I can do this live for you and see what we won't be able to look at M31 right now because of its location in the sky, but I can show you what the framing would look like. There we go, M31. So like this gets most of M31, which is pretty impressive compared to what we can see with the um, S30. And with the framing, we can tilt it, and then there you go. Like you can actually fit all of it in like one frame, including M110. And with framing, you can also increase it, and there you go. So it's pretty interesting. You can do something similar with the S50 as well now, but not as it'll S50 might actually give you better details because it can zoom in more. It has a narrower field of view, so it's pretty cool. I'm glad they came out with mosaicing. What program am I using? I just bought. It's called Air Screen Mirroring Receiver. It's just a Windows. I found this app in the Windows Store. Like, I rarely use the Windows Store, but a Reddit thread pointed me to this. So it's not free. It costs $5 or $4, but I paid for it. I figured it was worth it for even if I used it just one night. It seems to work really well. Nice. Yeah, and Andromeda is a fun object. I haven't had the chance to use the S30 on it yet. Oh, interesting. The dwarf doesn't have that. Yeah, I need to get my hands on a dwarf to try it out. Let's see. And this here is my Andromeda from a small 60 millimeter and my 523 MC Pro. It's been a while since I fully imaged M31, but it's definitely one of my most favorite targets. It keeps telling me. So a Sundog. I see you the in the Discord, and you even like accepted, so you're a member. So I don't know why you're getting that. Um, Maybe you need to just reset your password. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I can see you in the Discord channel. Thanks for dropping by, Mr. Cody. See you later. Awesome. Yeah, I love my Lunch 40. I haven't used it in the last month or so. I need to. But thank you for watching the videos. I'm glad some of them are helpful. And Sundog, when you're on Discord, make sure you're logging in and not trying to create a new account. And I'll link to their password reset documentation in the chat if I can find it. There we go. Hey, Dirty Bird. Yep, it's one of the pre-releases S30 units. They will start sending it out late December. Yeah, ZWO. I did a video on the S50 back in August, and ZWO saw it, they liked it, and then they added me to their list of people who would get the S30 early. So I'm really thankful for that. Oh, yeah, if you have your username with numbers, yeah, it was years ago. So Discord, maybe a year and a half ago, they changed their login system. In back in the day, it used to be um, your username would have numbers in it, but now it doesn't. So you probably had one from a long time ago, but it should automatically convert if you log in. You might have to do like a password reset or something. Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the processes that need to happen. Sorry, but hopefully the last link I gave you could help. Um, and Discord has a ways you could contact them as well, so they may be able to help you there as well. Yeah, I've heard a few people tell me that the Dwarf 3 keeps getting pushed. The same thing kind of happened with the S30. It's just that ZWO never published their release date until they were really sure. So that was kind of smart of them. Otherwise, I know that they were initially planning on releasing this maybe at the end of September. I mentioned that in my S50 video, and then they kindly asked me to remove that. And then it was October, and then now it's December. So hopefully it stays December. Oh, so yes, so if you got the S50 because of the moon pictures, um, they use the same software, so they use the same app. So the S50, I did some testing yesterday. It has the exact same issues as the S30. The moon is overprocessed. So I'm reaching out to ZLBO tonight and telling them about it and asking them if they can put in a request to change it. So yeah, sorry. Nice, yeah, yeah, as expected with the double cluster. But this looks good. I'm going to check M81 with my S50, and if it's in view, I'll switch over the S30 to M81 as well. All right, my S50 is looking for it, and when I have to switch this over to M81, I'm going to run outside and plug in a battery, even though I don't really need it right now. I'm just gonna do it just to stay safe. don't know if the colors on YouTube translates as well, but the colors on my iPad like looks brilliant, like with a little bit of saturation. Where am I at? I'm at 26%. I'll bring it down to, yeah, like this. It looks amazing. Does the S30 do stacking through the wide angle lens? No, the wide angle lens only has one exposure setting. And that's, hold on, I'll find it. I sync audio for. Yeah, I can't find the document that I read that had the exposure time for the wide field, but I think it's only half seconds that you can do. So unfortunately, you don't have that. You don't have a lot of control over that. Yeah, so I get if it is like the D2. I wonder if the D3 will let you do that. I wish it let you control do wider field or custom exposure times, because that would be amazing for things like meteor showers and star trails. Friend request. Cool. Let me check. Where am I? Alrighty, accepted the request. Yeah, the live tweaking is pretty interesting. I wish there was more. I know I'm probably being nitpicky for people who are getting into the hobby, and for people who have never used a telescope. This is amazing. Like, I wish I had this 10 years ago, but I wish I had more control. But that's just me. And we can start to see, like in the very corners here, we can start to see some of the field rotations show. That's where it starts to get grainy. There should be some on the bottom. Yeah, over here too. But the star clusters themselves look great. The D3 does let you stack through the wide angle. Oh, cool. I tried it out last night and got a whole of Orion in one view. That's awesome. Oh, that's really nice. I feel like ZW would be able to change that through software. So maybe they will one day, because I know, I forget who said that they were trying to compete with the D2, but now that the D3 is out, unless they want to release another Seestar in the next 6 months, um, adding some features like that would go a long way. Yeah, it gets rid of the field rotation in the live stack, right? But not like if you take this out and process it yourself, will that get rid of the field rotation? Either way, there should be field rotation in any Alt-Az systems. Can't find that you accepted the friend request. I see you, Sundog. 87365. I just sent you a message. with the wave. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't think ZW has posted any information on the sensor behind the wide-angle lens. As far as I know, the speculated pixel size is 2.7 microns, just a tiny bit smaller than the IMX 662 of 2.9. Right, sounds good. Yeah, there's like hundreds of thousands, and some planes or satellite. I think maybe this is a plane. The red streak kind of makes it look like a plane. The M81 and M82 are still not above my neighbor's house, so I still can't point to it, unfortunately. Yeah, I live right by Logan Airport, so not surprised. I'm actually surprised that there aren't more. What do you mean? Did I plug in the S30? Oh no, not yet. It's at 53%. There'll be an icon here that says it's charging when I do that. But I was waiting to point this to M81 because I'll have to touch the unit. So I think I have some time. Maybe in another 15-20 minutes. I'm hoping M81 comes into view soon. It's pretty high in the sky, but even then, it's not really working. Thanks, Sundog. Yeah, I looked at them. They're great. Um, I have a couple of Anchor power banks that work really well. Their power output is enough to make sure that the Seestar charges, gets more power than it uses. But I normally use my Jackery power tank. It's like I think I paid $200 for it a couple years ago, and it works really well. Oh really? I didn't realize they had some recalls. That's that's not great. I recently noticed that the live stream has some polling features. I'm gonna try it just for fun. Anytime, Rob. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Level, kind of. You actually do have to worry about leveling. It's not as bad as it used to be, even with the S50, because they have the horizontal calibration now, so it'll actually uh, figure out how much it needs to adjust, even if you're not that level. But it actually requires you to be within like 2 degrees, which is not bad. And for my setup, I actually have it set up on my AZGTI mount outside, so I'll post a picture of it, like what it looks like. So like here. So this is from a couple nights ago, but I have it on a pier on top of my AZGTI mount, so I'm not using the standard tripod, which means that I can raise it so it can see a little bit above the fences in my backyard, and so that it's not completely on the ground too. So I barely use the Seestar S50 tripod as well. I just stay with the my AZGTI tripod. Oh, I can control those through Wi-Fi. Those are cool. That's cool. Yeah, sometimes you need to cycle the power for something, so that's pretty cool. Looking at the poll results, it's interesting. Most people like Nebula. Some like Galaxy. Nobody likes star clusters, or I guess nobody's favorite is star clusters, and we're looking at a star cluster, and I'm about to go to a Galaxy. Uh, Sorry, Nebula folks. That's very cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, that would actually come in very handy for me. Black Friday and Christmas shopping is coming up, so I know what I'll be looking for. Yeah, and again, but for leveling, even if you don't have to be super precise, you should try and be as precise as possible. It makes it easier for the C star to image. You'll get less or fewer frame rejections because of star trails. So I try to be within less than a degree if I can be. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Sundar. I do like everything in space. I wish I could take pictures of black holes. That's on my list. Oh, nice. I don't think I've seen that one. 250-watt desktop charger. Looking it up now. Oh, that desktop charger looks pretty sweet. I have added it to my list. Yeah, I saw that one. Anchor Prime charger, 250 GAN Prime USB-C. Cool. What type of software do I develop? What do you mean, like for my job, or? Yeah, the S50 was actually on sale in August. It was, I think, 450. So yes, it's gone on sale like 6 times since it came out. So hopefully it does go on sale. Maybe it'll be on sale for all of December. I think it was last December. So well, for my job, yeah, I work in higher ed, so a lot of the software I work on are education related. For astronomy stuff, I do lots of scripting. I don't share most of them because they're pretty ugly, but I use scripting to like make some of my life a little bit easier. But yeah, I think I don't know how else to talk about software engineering. I do lots of stuff on Raspberry Pis and Python. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Jim. Tomorrow I will make it really not level, and then see if it likes it. Because the Seestar app still wants you to be within 2 degrees. I know with the Seestar S50 it gives me a warning, so I'll see if it gives me a warning for the S30 as well. But I'll check. Good point. Yeah, I wonder what that is. I do have a lot of light pollution in this area, so um, and I wonder if like a dew heater or dew shield or something would help with this. But it could also be just the the field rotation. We can see like it's darker up here. That is the field rotation. Darker down here. Not sure. Yeah, I have the peer extension. It actually came with my. I have two of those tripods. I have one with for my Solar Quest. It came with the peer, and one for my AZGTI, which also came with the peer. My Solar Quest I bought brand new, and the AZGTI I bought from someone on Cloudy Nights. So I don't know if he bought one and just sent it to me, but oh, that must be super bright. I don't think I've ever imaged from a Bortle 3. I have from Bortle 4, and it always blows my mind. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I want to go to Arizona one day. I know quite a few astrophotographers from there. They take amazing images. I hope your camera on NASCAR is okay. I've had that happen before with my AVX. How's that? Anytime. Ah, cool. Which one do you think looks better? Yeah, I think the S50 can get closer in, so the it can make the stars look a little bit sharper. I also wonder if I need to autofocus again because the stars could have some bloat. If I also reset the brightness, maybe it'll look a little bit better. Nope, looks the same. Yeah, I'm sure. It makes sense. Well, 30 minutes on a star cluster is good. 45 minutes, like I'm doing here, is probably a little too much, but I'm kind of enjoying, and I'm waiting for M81 to get into view. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of in view for my S50, but it's I can still see the corner of my neighbor's house. So, man, it takes such a long time. And my neighbor's house is so tall. Yeah, yeah, that makes the most. So, although it is still a little bit lighter, but this is down, so there's a street light over there. That's my only excuse. But yeah, it's you can clearly see the field rotation here. Yeah, $500 is still pretty high for most people, but that versus a $5,000 rig is a no brainer, and that's coming from someone who has a couple of expensive rigs. I wish I had access to something like this when I first started. Oh yeah, Halley's Comet in this would have been amazing. Halley's Hale-Bopp. I think Neowise would have also been great. Neowise was also very bright. Yeah, lens shield would be cool. I have a ton of magnets. I wonder if I can 3D print a shield and then glue on some small magnets. That'd be a cool, cheap accessory. And in 5 to 10 years, I hope I have my own space telescope. Is that too much to ask? Thanks, Sundoc. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, and I'm actually loving all the competition between all these manufacturers like Dwarf Lab and ZWO. I'm hoping some others get into the smart telescope business because then it'll make things even cheaper. And we need things in this hobby to get cheaper. Okay, I think M81, M82 is about to be in view, so I am going to run outside and plug this in so that it doesn't die. So be non-responsive for about 4 minutes. Alrighty, it's plugged in now, so you can see the icon here. So I'll shift this to M81 in about a minute. Cool. Yeah, I'm just catching up to the chat. Um, yeah, Dirty Bird pretty much covered everything I would have said about the S30 versus S50. And as for the sale, no idea to know what ZW is going to do, but last December they had a sale on the S50. It was $50 off. So December is only a few weeks away if you want to wait. They didn't do a Black Friday sale. It was a December sale, if I remember correctly, last year. And they had one back in August. And I think since they released, they had 5 or 6 sales already. So it goes on sale pretty often. Right, pointing to M81. Yeah, I know how you feel, Magical Wing. I'm the same way with stuff. But now I tell myself I have a little baby. I have to be more mindful about the money I spend. I'm sure my wife appreciates that too. Okay, so I found M81. Uh, so that's my neighbor's house, the corner of my neighbor's house. So it's a fun view. I wonder if I can shift it a little bit. Let's see which way. Where do you upload? If you just, I'll post a link to the um, photo upload page or the channel, and you can click and drag here. Hold on. Yeah, and then if you go there, you can just click and drag, or there's like a plus button you can upload there. Okay, let's see. focus. Yeah, this so I'm glad the neighbor's house showed up there just to show you just how high it is. It's also bad positioning in my backyard, but yeah, it happens a lot. Right, so this is M81 and M82. I'm just giving it a couple more minutes for my neighbor's roof to get out of view. I should be gone in a few minutes, but it's pretty hard to see, but they're both there. You can see the core of M81 and this line here of M82. It's hard to see when I zoom in. But if you look here, this is 81 and 82. And I also have NGC 3077, which is the Garland galaxy in view. Do I have it? It's hard to tell in the half-second preview, but maybe when I start stacking, it'll appear. It would take, so there's so many things in the Milky Way galaxy, star clusters, nebulae, dark nebula. So you can take those and do like a giant mosaic and add them up yourself. But if you're looking to do like a wide angle Milky Way galaxy shot, I don't think it'll be able to do that. And by wide angle, I mean, if I show you one of mine, um, like something like this field of view is going to be too wide, too much. But you'll be able to get something like, like here, and then here, and then here, and then you can add them up yourself. But like there's just a ton of nebulae in the galaxy itself that you can take pictures of. Yeah, Beaver Moon is great. So while this is happening, I'll show you my picture of the Beaver Moon. There we go. Again, I think Seestar over sharpens these. Not a fan. I will reach out to them telling them about this and then see if they fix it. But this is from earlier tonight, this one. And I do have I have I have more pictures on my phone, not on my iPad, from yesterday, which was the actual Beaver Moon. Okay, so I think my neighbor's house is far enough away. So okay, so I'm going to just autofocus one more time, just in case my neighbor's house messed with the last autofocus procedure. This should take a minute, and then I'll start imaging. Can you take raw images and process them on your PC? Yep, you can do that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about this. So if I go into back to my gallery in the Seestar here, so if you look at like NGC 869, like I have however many individual images here, I can copy this onto my computer and then process them. Earlier in the week, I posted a video about how to live stack Seestar images using SharpCap. That kind of shows you how you can copy files over. And when I did my Seestar S50 review, I also processed all my images in PixInsight before uploading. All right, so I think this is done, and I'm going to click on take pictures, and it should be doing this. There we go. We have started. That way you can better process. Yep. Oh yeah. I talk about that in my S30 review video as well. That you can take raw videos and then process them later yourself. It's definitely the better way to do it. Also, looking at the poll, cool to see that Galaxy has come back and won 61% to 39%. Thanks to everyone for voting. Oh, look at that. Like, just 20 seconds, M81 and M82 already look so much better than just the half-second preview. So these two should look decent. They're still pretty small. The Seestar S30 is still pretty small, so we're not going to get the resolution we may get with the S50. The S50 would probably get better detail, but still pretty cool that we can see these galaxies. Yeah, I like clusters too. That's why I wrote it as favorite type of DSO, because it forces people to choose one. And one cool thing about M82 here is that there's a lot of hydrogen alpha, so what you can do is you can actually turn the filter on at some point, and then take H alpha images, take those out, and then stack them on top of what you have here. It may not look as good in something so small, but that's an option. And that gives me an idea for my next poll. Black frame. So you mean like a dark frame? So the S30 and the S50 both calibrate their lights with dark frames, so it does it automatically. So you don't have to worry about calibration frames. Yeah, the noise should get less and less the more pictures we take. And I can also probably reset the adjustments here, so that probably doesn't help. There we go. You can start to see some of the spiral arms of M81 and some of the center darkness of M82. If I zoom in, I feel like I lose detail. I'll just leave it like this for a while. Hello, Daniel. Yep, I'm in my home office, away from the cold. It's pretty chilly outside. Oh, cool. Yeah, I bet your image will look a lot better in terms of detail. And yeah, down here we have the Garland galaxy. It's much fainter, but it's there. Cool. 3 galaxies in one shot, and without doing a mosaic. So I'm just reading Shay's question. The S30 has a newer, better sensor. How does it show in real life pictures? What's the benefit? So the newer sensor has a higher dynamic range, so it gets really hard to oversaturate them. So that means you can get finer details from like larger objects, but you do lose like some of the the smaller details. Like the S50 can zoom in a little bit more. If that's just another way of saying it. But you can see more. Like bigger objects like M31, M33, Orion, Horsehead. They're gonna look really good on the S30 um, without having to do mosaics. All right, Sundog. Hope you have a good night. Thanks for joining and thanks for the chat. It was really great seeing our pictures. Discord is telling you your email is invalid. Huh. I am not sure. I wonder if you have to reset it. Like if you go to like a incognito window or something and attempt to reset. I'm not sure. That's strange. So for my Discord server, I see that you're already like validated for the server itself. Like you have roles, um, but if you're saying you need to validate the link in your email, that's probably Discord itself and not not the Naztronomy server. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at your account. Your account looks fine. Like for the server, yours is fine. Sundogs is fine. Um, Walls also joined. His looks fine as well. If you click that link, you need to. I'll post the invite for you, Shay. Because you need to join. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So first you need to join the server, and then the second link that you probably clicked is to like a channel. Oh, AskR71F. Have I ever? I don't know if you've seen my video on the AskR71F. I think I was the first person to get it. Let me link it to you. 1 second. So that's the link to my AskR71F. I've been using that since April. It's another thing I got pre-release. I'll post a picture of it too. Yeah, here's the 71F. I really like it. I also have the reducer and flattener. Works really well. I'm in the Discord. Hey, welcome, Shay. Skywatcher GTI. Probably. I tested this with the AZ GTI. So the video I linked to, I'm testing it on the AZ GTI and the Solar Quest mount, which is essentially the same as the Skywatcher GTI mount. So it should work. I think the GTI load capacity is 11 pounds. So just make sure you're below the weight capacity, and you should be fine. The Ascar71F is pretty lightweight. Thanks, Shay. Feel free to reach out with questions. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Can you increase the exposure or the amount of images for stacking? Yeah, so you have controls over the exposure. If you go into advanced, where is it? So the exposure here, like on top here, it's 10, 20, or 30 seconds. So unfortunately, those are the only options you have. Like I've given feedback to ZWO that they should make this a variable so that you can change it as you please, but these are the only options you have. So right now I'm doing 10 seconds, so you get a lot more images, but I find that it works for where I am. But 10, 20, and 30 seconds are your only options at the moment. Just waiting for this to load. And for jamming, here I have, so this is a picture of the Ascar71F with a DSLR on my AZ GTI mount. Should be similar to the Skywatcher GTI mount, so just look up the weight capacity and make sure that it can take the weight of the Ascar71F and whatever other accessories you have. Anytime, Nevin. And looking at the poll, looks like both of these galaxies are tied for number one. Interesting. Everyone likes them both. Yeah, that sounds like it would work. The 585 is pretty lightweight. Just double check the GTI's load capacity. I don't know it by heart. Just the AZ GTI that I have. Sorry, Dirty Bird. I wish I could help. Let me see. Maybe that link will help. I'm not sure. It shows you how you can re-request your verification code. Just waiting to see if High Point Scientific does any Black Friday deals. Yeah, they should. It's also from manufacturers as well. So I know High Point Scientific has their own brand. I think it's Apertura. So they'll probably have sales then. If you do order from them, you can. I'd appreciate if you use one of my referral links in the description of this video and most of my videos. Not necessary, but I appreciate it. Keep sending you blank validation emails. Interesting. That's maybe Discord is having problems if their email is blank. That's not great. I'm sorry. It's lots of Discord problems. I wish I had ability to override them. Interesting. I also actually have the S50 outside imaging M81. That one had some issues. So I just ran outside to fix it. So that only has a minute. I unfortunately can't show that on the screen right now, but I will post that on the Discord. And I'm also planning to do a couple of follow-up videos, especially one called S30 versus S50, where I image the same things and I do a comparison. So we'll see there as well. Interesting. Yeah, so you can like in the field of view. This is like a great example of just how much you can see in the field of view of S50 versus S30. I actually don't think I have S80. Sorry, M82 in my field of view, so I just left it alone. So I'm going to do a comparison of M82, M81, the results of M81 instead of doing a mosaic. And we don't even see the Garland galaxy, I think, in my S50, which is down here. Although the star shapes kind of look weird, but it could be like a stacking artifact. Just how it's stacking. I'll leave it like this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen any frames rejected. I haven't paid the best attention, but I haven't seen any frames rejected so far. Oh yeah, M51 would look amazing. I imaged M101 when I first borrowed the S50, but I think M51. I didn't do M51, but I should have. But I'm definitely going to with both of these. That's a good comparison. I'll show you what my M101 looked like with the S50, which was processed outside of the Seestar in Pixen site. Let's see if I can find it. There you go. This is my M101 from I think June. No, wait, I can find it. Early August, late July, early August. This was M101. Looks pretty good. So I'm going to do that with the S30 as well. So it should be a good comparison. And then I'll do M51 with both of them if I'm still borrowing the S50 at that time. Thank you. So I think I'll keep this stream going until I hit 1 a.m. or this hits 4 hours, um, whichever time I'm tired. So we'll see. Because I have to get up early for my son. That's just my. So I have a hard cutoff tonight, unfortunately. But if I have clear skies next weekend, I'll do another live stream. We can look at some new objects, hopefully. And according to the poll, Bode's galaxy is superior to the Cigar Galaxy. Oh, cool. I can set up another poll, maybe a similar one. This time I'll add Garland Galaxy to the mix. Horsehead Flame and Horsehead looks good. I don't know if you've seen the Horsehead that I did yesterday using this setup. I'll just quickly go over to show you. See if we go to the Seestar. Yeah. So this is the Horsehead Mosaic. I planned on doing 3 hours, but due to thin clouds and some technical issues, I think this is less than an hour. I unfortunately don't have a view of Orion or that entire region of the sky from my backyard. But I took this from my friend's backyard yesterday, and yeah, Horsehead looks great. This is mosaicked 1.5x. So I did 1.5x on both on the S30 and the S50 just to show a comparison that even with the mosaic, like what the differences are. So I'll probably process these myself when I get to it. But it looks good. This was a good test of the narrowband filters. And then of course we did Orion as well. Orion looks good, but I think like the edges here, like this area doesn't look good to me. Like whatever stacking process that the Seestar did, I can make that look a lot better and more natural. S30 comes out super saturated. Um, that could have so that's a raw stack. That could have been me playing with the adjustments. So I won't fully blame the Seestar, but it could be the Seestar. We'll see. Those nebulas are so strong, so bright. I actually looked at Orion through a small 4.5-inch tabletop Dobsonian yesterday with a cheap O3 filter. Looked really good. Zoom in. Yeah, the yeah, M42 on both the S50 and S30 looked great. They both blew out the trapezium, so I think when I process them myself, I'll be able to do a little bit better. Yep, I totally agree. I actually started taking the Seestar 50 or the S50 out to star parties. So I usually have my SCT looking at planets or a close up of the moon, and then I started the S50 looking at something in the sky. Usually the Dumbbell Nebula, like in the summer and springtime and now, because it looks so good and the kids just love it. It's really nice, and I'll be taking the S30 out to a few star parties over the next month. I'm looking forward to it. Probably leave the S50 at home. I don't think I'll be able to manage both a telescope and two smart telescopes. Thanks, Colleen. Cool. Where are you? Are you Europe, Australia, or space? I agree. Have people been calling them finder scope optics? This is the first time I've heard that. It's pretty funny, and that is true. It's like a guide scope, right? I say my guide scope is bigger. The guide scope I use is 60 millimeters. Cool. Yeah, I like that option too. I'm working on a video comparing the field of views as well. So I'm also imaging M81 with the S50 as well, without doing it in mosaic. And M82 was like barely in view, so I just reshifted it to M81. So I'll do a comparison that way. Also looked at the Horsehead Nebula, the Moon, and the Orion Nebula. Yeah, I agree with you, Colleen, that they should have redesigned it to make it EQ. I did ask if they were planning on it, and they didn't say no, but they didn't say yes. I think they're just not sure what they want to do. There is an unofficial way to do the S50 in equatorial mode, and that may work with the S30 as well. So I plan on trying that out when I have some more time later on. So we'll see if that works. I am right outside of Boston, so it's Bortle 8. Probably Bortle 9 if I look east towards Boston itself. I used to live in New York City, so this sky is also, although bright, it actually feels much darker to me. It's all relative, I guess. Well, I guess that somewhat relative and somewhat real because you can measure light pollution. I do have access to my astronomy club's field. They're in a Bortle 5 zone, so it's usually way darker there, but it's an hour drive from where I am, give or take. Yep, the East Coast is not great. I do need to go to Acadia Park at some point, and also Cherry Springs in Pennsylvania. Yeah, the moon is directly overhead. I went outside to plug my S30 in to a charger, and the moon was lighting up my backyard. Also, my neighbor's lights that also lights up my backyard. But all these bright cities everywhere. There was someone in the chat earlier, Sundog, who lives in Arizona under Bortle 3-4 skies, and I'm extremely jealous. I actually know that pain too. Like living in New York City, um, I didn't live in Manhattan. I lived in Queens, but working in Manhattan and going to school in Manhattan, depending on the night, I may not be able to see the moon because of the buildings. Yeah, sad, but funny. Um, I think it has some AI work happening somewhere, but it's not something we have access to. I know with the moon, so I'll show the moon again, which is my least favorite thing that they've done with the Seestar. So you can see that it looks like over sharpened. It doesn't look real to me. Sorry, if you hear coughing, it's my son. He's sleeping. He has a cough, and I have the baby monitor. So, apologies. But anyways, going back to the moon, it looks sharp, right? You can't control this, so there's some AI work happening. This is the same on the S50 as well because the app is the same, and it kind of bugs me. So I'm writing to ZWO about this, see if they can revert these changes. Funny enough, I actually don't have that picture, so I won't talk about that. But I'm going to do a comparison between the S50 moon from a couple of months ago to now. But yeah, so the way to do this now is to take raw videos. Like I have, do I have a raw video here? Yeah. I don't know if it'll. There we go. Like a raw video looks much better, and then you can debear it yourself and then process it yourself. Yeah, so that'll be the plan. But otherwise, the pictures are just so processed. And other than that, there's also this deep sky stack option here, um, which where I can add images and do my own stacking here. I think maybe this will give you access to the AI noise reduction. I don't know. I will play around with this at some point, and then I'll follow up in a video or something. So it could be here, but other than that, I don't see any option where I can control any kind of AI denoising anywhere. And another thing, somebody was talking about star parties. Like this is another amazing part about this app here, where you can mark each of the objects here. Um, so if anyone asks, like, what are these things, just turn that on, and the app will answer for them. Like these are super easy, but there are some obscure items in the Sky Atlas that I can't know by heart. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I wonder if the save feature here, it does. Yeah, it does save it. So if I go into my album, oh yeah, okay, cool. Very cool. All right, it looks like M51 is the clear winner. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good night. It's almost 1 a.m. here, and I still have some energy, so I'm gonna let this stream go until the 4 hour mark, and then I'll shut it off, which should give me almost an hour and a half of this image here. Pretty good, pretty satisfied with it. And I have about 45 minutes on my S50 of just M81 so far. I'll probably let that one go as I get ready for bed and then collect the Seestar. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I haven't tried guest mode yet, but I'm currently in station mode. Don't have that issue. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Do you keep losing connection or? Yeah, they should give us an option to definitely turn off guest mode. Yeah, they I don't think the developers can help but introduce new features and new bugs. Ah, interesting. Hmm. I haven't had that issue yet, but maybe I will at some point. Oh no. That sounds like a pain. Oh wow, you can't? That's weird. No one is anyone else in your area just like messing with you? Connecting to your Seestar, kicking you off? I don't actually know how the guest mode works, but that's always one of my biggest fears about leaving the password default. Oh, interesting. What if you like clear your app cache and data and try again? Maybe something there is wrong or bad. I'm sorry. That's frustrating. Mm. I don't know. What about a like a Bluetooth connection? I know Bluetooth is mostly used for like confirming that you should be able to connect to it, but just to check if you can. You could also reach out to ZWO. They may be able to give you a way to downgrade your software back. See if that helps. Good luck. Hey, thanks for stopping by. It was really fun. Thanks to everyone who stopped by, and I really enjoyed all the conversations. I will be online for another 10 minutes or so. Maybe 19 minutes. I'll give these three galaxies an hour and a half. Hey, welcome, Beverly. Yeah, I hope he figures that out too. I'll go back and show you some of the stuff we've looked at so far. So this is Boat's Galaxy, M81, M82 of the Cigar Galaxy, and the Garland Galaxy down here, and you see 3077. So we're looking at this now, but previously we looked at, so this is a couple of star clusters, NGC 869 and 886. I forget which one is which. Just a couple of really great looking star clusters. Double star clusters. They look really good through a telescope too, if you ever get a chance. This is a shorter image of the same area. And then we looked at the Iris Nebula for not too long, I think like 15 minutes, just to pass some time waiting for something else to come out. I got a lot of the dark area that you see here is actually like dust in space blocking light from that area, so it's pretty cool that we were able to get that. And then this is the moon from earlier. I already like talked a bunch about how much I don't like the AI sharpening that they do on the moon. Can't change it. I am gonna write to ZWO about turning that off because I think it over sharpens it. It looks kind of fake. I don't like it. The way to get around this is to take a raw video and then stack and edit it yourself later. But yeah, it's just too sharp. Not like. And then last night I tried to image the Horsehead and the Flame Nebula for a few hours. I ended up doing only about 1 hour because of technical difficulties. This was the S50. I think if I go here, there we go. This was with the S30. This is less than an hour, which looks pretty good, I think. But I do wish I had more data on this one. Let's see, and then we have the Orion Nebula. This looks really good. You have the Running Man Nebula up here, and although Orion looks good, I think like around the edges here, like it's a little bit too processed. So I'm going to take all these photos out and then stack them myself. But this is a really good one. I think it's only maybe an hour of the Orion. The trapezium stars in the center got blown out, but I can probably get those back. Hey Panda, yeah, Orion looks really good. I think this is. Yeah, this is another view of it. This is from Thursday, I think. And then this is the Sol Nebula. This is my S30 video test that I published on Friday. This is only an hour. I can definitely make it look better later. But yeah, this Seestar is pretty cool. It's only $350. The Sky Atlas feature is awesome. Although I wish you could see like some of the objects without having to zoom in, like M81, M82 doesn't show until I go like here. But anyways, it's still pretty cool. leave that alone. And this is about an hour and 14 minutes, almost an hour and 15 minutes of these three galaxies. Yeah, the Orion Nebula. Yeah, I saw it through a telescope last night too, using a cheap set of O3 filters. Yeah, it's amazing. That nebula is so bright. It's crazy. I love looking at it as much as I like imaging it. Nice. Yeah, you've got a lot of time to learn and enjoy it. And you've already taken such good pictures of the moon that I've seen so far, so you're on your way. Thank you, Dallas. So if we look at the sky atlas, it's you can see it's like 1.20 by 2.13 degrees. Um, but it now the Seestar app has framing capability, so we can actually or mosaicing capability, so we can actually increase it even more. So now it becomes like almost 2.5 by 4.25 degrees. So then, like with this, we should be able to fit like the entire uh, Andromeda galaxy. So if we locate position, so yeah, so like it's more than enough to fit the Andromeda galaxy. And by default, it's this. And even then, like we can actually rotate it and fit most of the galaxy without having to um, use the expanding mosaic and capabilities, which is pretty interesting. I am working on my next video where I'm doing a field of view comparison between the S30 and the S50. So I took the Orion Nebula picture and the Horsehead Nebula. I took those pictures with both of these setups, so we'll do a comparison. Anytime. Ah, interesting. Hmm. How what's the temperature where you are now? When I check here, I'm at 43 degrees, I think. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, me too. I was last week when I was testing, it was, I want to say 30 degrees at most. I know Beverly doesn't like the imperial system, so it's about 0 degrees for Canada. Huh, interesting. I don't know. Maybe there's some solar radiation messing with the signal. Yes, that's always a good thing. Oh, oh, I'll try to be more inclusive of both systems. Yeah, yeah, this looks really good. Yeah, I can't wait to take this out and then process it myself. I didn't really have hopes for like M82's the H alpha stuff that comes out of the center of M82, but it looks really good. just pulling up one of my M81, M82 images from an actual telescope. Uh, yeah, there's like so much detail to M81 and M82, but I meant to do this in H alpha as well and add it on. We'll see how we'll compare this. But this is with a 6-inch imaging Newtonian versus a 30 millimeter. I think somebody called it a guide scope or a finder scope. Yeah, I have it connected to a Jackery, so it dropped to like 30 something percent a while ago, and I just plugged it in, and it gives more current than it uses, so it's gonna stay at 100%. My S50 isn't connected to a battery, and it's currently at 25%, so that one's probably gonna die soon. Yep, M104. I don't. Do I have I think I have a picture of M104 somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And I'm not gonna be able to find a picture of M104, but it's been a few years since I've imaged it. It's just in a really bad part of the skies, more south, that I don't really have access to. Not even from my astronomy club's field. But yeah, Sombrero Galaxy is so pretty. Yeah, it's pretty good. And yeah, and I can't wait to take these out. So like if I go here, thanks. I'll bring up M51 again in a second. I was just looking through my folders for all the galaxy shots. So yeah, M81 subs. I have 508 of them so far. But if you want to look at like what an individual picture looks like, it's pretty. Yeah, like these are what individual 10-second pictures look like. So we'll compare this, and I have a whole bunch of these. Great. And then M80, M51. Yeah, this is from a few years ago. Or to go, I have another better one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one's from a few years ago. It's actually this was edited for printing, so the galaxy's a lot brighter than it normally would be. This is from a few years ago too. I think it's from my imaging Newtonian as well, going by the diffraction spikes on this. And I'll show off one more image, something that I showed on the S30, which is my Horsehead Nebula and Flame Nebula. So again, this is also a little bit brighter than I would normally make it. It's because it was for print. So I printed it and it appeared in an art show, at a local art show. And printing colors like this is pretty difficult. So I tend to do a curves adjustment and make it a lot brighter, and then it looks better on printed paper because there's no backlighting on photo paper or on metal. Wow, that's pretty far. I think they only advertise like 20 meters of connection, so 150 is pretty good. That's 50 meters. Cool. All right, I'm going to hit an hour and a half on this in a little over 3 minutes. So I just want to take some time to thank everyone for stopping by. It's always fun doing these, and I hope to do one again later on. And if anyone has any questions, you know how to find me. I'm on Discord, I'm on YouTube, I'm on all the socials. I am more than happy to answer any questions anyone has. You think it's an issue with your router? Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone has a great night. I'm going to cut the stream in 2.5 minutes. Thank you for joining.